I've always been a big believer in the paranormal. I lost my dad in 2016, and I've heard him talk to me. I've seen things, felt things, all just unexplainable. I'll start with some background. So me and my friend, we'll call her Aubrey, met September 2017, 10 days after her daughter was born. She didn't like me at first, but before I knew it, she adopted me like her own. We were attached to the hip, inseparable. I actually ended up living with her on and off for about a year or two, and I helped her raise her daughter when me and my grandpa weren't on great terms. I call her mom, she calls me daughter, and her daughter calls me sissy. We're family, blood or not. So you can take a guess how often I was at her house. Her grandma wasn't home for months at a time, so we were the safe house, the party house, the chain-smoke cigarettes on the back porch when you're going through a breakup house. We had friends over all the time. We were all super close, and that house was like a breeding ground for paranormal activity. Knocking on walls, footsteps down the hallway, things moving around, voices, the feeling of being watched, the random cold chills, even the piano playing by itself. Me and Aubrey's at the time boyfriend heard it from 2 separate rooms one night. It was only us 3 in the house. I could tell you guys 100 stories of things that happened in that house, not just to me, but to all of our friends. My fiancé was waiting by himself for me and Aubrey to get home, and he heard voices, like a conversation in the hallway. Grabbed a bat to start swinging, but no one was there. Anyway, this particular story happened in 2018. I had just recently graduated high school, so I was always at her house. We enjoyed a nice smoke session on her back porch every once in a while, but she still had to mom, and I still had to sister, so we never got blasted out of our minds. Just a few hits and smoke some cigarettes, go to bed for the night, when it was just us. Sometimes we'd stay up later, just talking and laughing, but at the time her daughter wasn't sleeping well, so we were usually exhausted and just wanted to sleep. This night, we had a friend of ours, we'll call him James. We had him come over to hang out for a bit. We all smoked a little bit, talked, laughed, and then James left, and we decided to call it a night. Aubrey was exhausted, and I didn't really want to be out there alone, so I came inside too. So Aubrey goes back to bed, and she always turned her phone on Do Not Disturb because she didn't want to wake her daughter. It was always a fight to get her to go to sleep. We did everything we could to not wake her up again. Brief layout. You walk into the front sitting room from the front door, and there's the hallway to the left that leads to the bedrooms and the bathroom. And to the right, there's the doorway to the kitchen. All the way to the right, the north wall, and the doorway to the living room, right next to it, on the east wall. There's a pull-out couch in the sitting room that you can see into the kitchen from, so I have a clear look to the porch as well as the TV from where I'm sitting. I've been inside for probably about an hour or 2. I'm not super tired this night, so I'm facing away from the doorways, scrolling through Instagram, when suddenly I hear a high-pitched frequency sound. So I sit up on the pull-out, trying to see which direction it's coming from, when I realize the TV got left on, but it's just a black screen, like if your gaming console goes into rest mode or your cable box turns off. Still on, but nothing on the screen. So I shrugged it off, just the TV. And as I'm going to roll over and lay back down, I see someone sitting in Aubrey's chair on the back porch, smoking a cigarette. We all had our own assigned chairs outside. So when you first walked out the sliding door, mine was on the left and hers was on the right. Just your typical swivel patio chairs, with the other chairs just around, making a circle around the little table out back. There's an ashtray, and it's where we would set our drinks. The back porch light is on, so I can clearly see someone there. But when the kitchen light is on too, it created a glare on the glass door of anything that was sitting on the kitchen table. At first, I'm kind of moving my head around to get different views from where I'm sitting. Maybe somehow the glare is making it look like someone is sitting there and my eyes are just playing tricks on me. But no, it's a person. So then I start to think maybe James forgot his cigarettes or something. But he would have called or texted to let me know he was coming back to grab them. And especially would have said something if he was going to hang around to smoke a cigarette, alone or otherwise. So I'm looking, trying to figure out who the hell is smoking a cigarette on our porch when we're not out there with them, without even telling us they'd be there. And then it looks at me. It looks at me, dead in the eyes. I froze. I felt like I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and my body was covered in chills. It starts to stand up, but I don't stick around long enough to find out whether it's going to walk right through the door like Casper the Friendly Ghost or knock on the door like a person. I grab my phone and I run to the bathroom. I'm texting Aubrey over and over, telling her someone is outside, and I don't know who it is. But of course, she's not answering because her phone is on Do Not Disturb. And everyone knows, once Aubrey is in her room for the night, don't open that door, for fear of waking the little crotch demon that Aubrey had to have cut out of her. So when I open the door, she's giving me a look like, "What the hell do you want?" And I'm trying to stay as quiet as possible while I'm panicking, trying to tell her someone is outside. She tells me to stay with her daughter while she grabs some type of weapon. I can't remember what, but she goes back to look. She comes back and tells me she didn't see anything. No sign of anyone. Nothing. She grabs the baby monitor and comes out to the living room with me for a while. I tell her what just happened, and she offered to let me sleep in her room that night. I did. We never knew whether it was a human or something else. Needless to say, we went out and bought baseball bats, machetes, and large hunting knives to leave in different parts of the house in case anyone ever tried to break in. Me and Aubrey are both 5'3", 100 pounds soaking wet, with a tiny human to defend. The fuck are we gonna do, you know? Human or not, it was enough to make us come up with a plan if anything like that did ever happen again. No one ever said that they came over that night and just forgot to call. No one ever said, "Oh hey, that may have been me," when I told everyone the story. Me and Aubrey never found out who or what it was. Human, stranger, friend, apparition, paranormal, who knows? I'll never forget it though. So last night, I'd gone out to my front yard to let my dog out so he could do his business. To preface, he's not the type of dog that'll chase after anything, really. He's pretty calm and just kind of vibes when he sees squirrels or animals and doesn't pay much attention to them. He's more preoccupied with sniffing around and doing his thing. My driveway is sort of long, the typical countryside driveway. So he suddenly, out of nowhere, just takes off down the driveway toward the road, and naturally I take off after him. I cut on the light on my phone, and as I was running after him, I kept calling him, but he wouldn't listen. He's never been the type of dog to not listen when I call him, even if he's distracted. After running halfway down the driveway, we're in the pitch black, and I finally see him come up at the edge of my light. Like I said, he's a pretty calm dog and rarely growls, but he was full on growling like he was going to kill something. He was about 20 or 30 feet in front of me, and about 15-20 feet ahead of him was a set of red-orange, glowing eyes, about twice as tall as he is, so about 5 feet off the ground. And as soon as I see them, this scream that sounded sort of human but unnatural as hell comes from this thing. I immediately took off toward the house with my dog, almost beat him back to the house. The entire time, I had this sickening gut feeling like I was going to die. Not long afterward, I was in the kitchen trying to calm down, and this very quick, sharp knock, around 3 or 4 successive knocks, comes from my side door that faces the driveway. After that, I didn't experience anything else. If anyone has any idea of what it might have been, I'd be glad to hear it. My roommate said it might have been an injured deer, but the gut response I had makes it hard to believe. I know deer can sometimes make freakishly human sounds, but this sounded like nothing I've ever heard before. It's hard to describe what it sounded like in words, other than just wrong, but I really hope it was just a deer. A couple of months ago, on a day when I was simply asking my cards if there were any messages they had for me, I received a calling to manifest something I desired, or I guess, thought I desired. Ever since I was a kid, I've always experienced what you'd consider otherworldly beings, spirits, angels, whatever your preferred term may be. There's been all kinds of experiences, scary ones, funny ones, good ones, great ones, etc. They're not consistent, but they've happened plenty of times over my life. I'm in my mid-20s now. So on that day, I decided to ask my guides something along the lines of this. If the power for mediumship is within me, I ask that it becomes more prevalent in my life. I did my own little routine that has been taught down the line of my Balkan family. Later that night, I was watching TV downstairs with my roommates. I had to pee, as one does, so I started up the stairs to my bathroom. One of my roomies yelled out a question. I stopped, naturally looked back down the stairs. I was frozen for a moment when I saw the scariest spirit I've ever seen. A woman in all black, drapey clothes, long hair covering most of her face, just staring at me from the bottom of the stairs. I didn't even answer my roommates. I began backing up the stairs quickly, turned around once again, and there she was, closer this time. A feeling of dread came over me. I'm not joking when I say I ran to my bathroom, slammed the door shut. I called one of my roommates downstairs to come get me. That night, as I was falling asleep, I heard my name being whispered. Let's just say I didn't sleep that night. I do all my practices during the day. It's just how it's always been and what feels right. The next morning, I reversed that asking of mine, did one of my familiar house cleansing practices. I haven't heard or seen anything since. I'm worried that I may have completely closed off this previous ability of mine. I guess what I'm so curious about is if anyone thinks that this was a dark entity, a lost soul, or anything else. I still question it to this day. Had I accidentally lowered a veil, made myself more vulnerable? Let me know your thoughts. One hot summer day near Northern California, a friend and I were driving to a party that was happening about 2.5 hours away from where we lived. We knew the party host, so we were heading there early afternoon to hang out, help set up. We were just cruising down the highway with the AC pumping, as it was over 100 degrees that day. As I leaned forward and broke my highway-induced trance to turn on the radio, I happened to look up and noticed that we had caught up to a couple of motorcycles. A guy was riding his own bike, and a woman with her own as well, cruising a little ways behind him. My friend was from New York and super used to bumper-to-bumper traffic, so when I noticed that he was driving a little too close to the bikes, I spoke up and warned him to give motorcycles extra space because you just never know. Rolling his eyes, he did back off. As I continued to absent-mindedly watch the two motorcyclists, I suddenly took notice of the woman's bike directly in front of us. I had started to see what looked like the faintest hint of smoke coming from her rear wheel. As I leaned forward and looked closer, the smoke began to get thicker and more obvious. Then, all of a sudden, her back tire began to wobble. At first, a little. Then, the wheel really started to wobble bad. The events that were to follow took place in only a few seconds. But those few seconds seemed to just stretch on and on. I watched helplessly as her rear wheel began to wobble out of control. The smoking and wobbling rear wheel caused her to start losing control of the heavy bike. Then, the rear wheel just locked up. That caused the front of the bike to swerve out of control. Her front wheel then jerked to the left, causing her to completely lose her balance on the bike. Because she was riding at about 60 miles an hour, the loss of control completely threw her off her bike. I watched in horror as her bike went sideways in the lane and tipped over, going right out underneath her legs. As the powerful, still speeding motorcycle turned and fell out from beneath her legs, she clung onto the handlebars until she was almost doing a handstand on the bike. Her stick-straight arms started to twist opposite of her lower body. That twisting motion finally forced her to release the handlebars. I remember watching the giant bike fall, the glint from the sun on the bike's chrome, blinding me for a split second. As my vision faded back in, though, I watched the woman do a backflip and twist mid-air. Then she hit the hot blacktop head first and did another final spin before her limp and unconscious body toppled over onto the blacktop. Thankfully, she had a full-faced helmet on, but no leathers. The woman was only wearing a tank top and jeans, probably due to the heat that day. I knew that when she woke up, she was going to be in serious pain from that road burn alone. We stopped immediately to help. It was then that I remembered there had been a man riding in front of her, but slightly ahead of her, so he must not have realized right away what had happened over his loud bike. Of course, we and some other people who had stopped called 911 right away. A few seconds later, her riding buddy came back for her. He hastily parked his bike, then ran over to her in a panic. A couple bystanders shouted for him to not touch her or move her. I spoke up right then and agreed, telling him that she could very well have a severe head or spinal injury. She came to just before emergency personnel arrived. She started to scream in pure agony and pain, while I tried to gently and matter-of-factly tell her not to move at all. I told her she had been in an accident and that she was unconscious for over 2 minutes, and the help would be there in a second. Help arrived less than 3 minutes after the woman regained consciousness. My friend and I left after that. We didn't speak of it to anyone at the party, and I haven't really talked about it until now. But the moral of the story, for me at least, was that you should always trust your gut instincts. If I hadn't mentioned to my friend to back off, not even 2 minutes before that happened, let's just say, who knows how bad that situation could have turned out. Me and my buddy Nolan took our kids to do some camping and fishing one weekend outside of Bozeman. It was hot and the kids screamed in roughhouse the whole time getting there. My kid's name is Ryder. He's 7. Nolan's kid's name is Dylan. He's 6. The whole drive there, they wouldn't shut up. I put on Kids Bop, but they shouted over the music with their own lyrics about farts. Nolan laughed and encouraged it. I was flatlining on patience. We get to our camping spots and the kids jump out of the van. Their demeanor completely changes. Both of them instantly quiet down and almost look scared to be there. I ask what's wrong and Ryder says he doesn't like it here. I'm like, are you serious? This place is beautiful. I'm theatrically throwing my arms in the air, closing my eyes, taking a deep breath. I do this as I turn, facing away from them. When I open my eyes, and I'm not shitting you, in the bright sunlight about 20 yards out from us, in the brush, the weirdest, ugliest looking deer comes from behind a large fir tree. I hear the kids yip behind me when they also notice it. As the deer walked out, its head was already turned in our direction. There was razor wire wrapped around its antlers, neck, and body, like it recently gotten tangled up in a farmer's fence or something. Part of the wiring metal wasn't visible because of how deep it was in some sections. And there was a lot of wire wrapped around this poor deer, from antlers down to its legs, wrapped around its body a few times, like it did a couple of tornado spins trying to escape. But apparently, all of those spins did the trick. If one of us would have brought a gun, we would have put it out of its misery. But all we could do at this point was watch this deer slowly walk out from behind the tree. Nolan tells the kids to get back in the car, and he and I basically shield their windows with our backs as we stare at this deer. The deer maintaining its gaze towards us. Then its broken shuffle quickens into an agonizing trot. It starts cranking its head around violently. The motion starts pushing and pulling the tangled wires, essentially beginning to saw itself apart. Pause. I'm sorry, I think I should ask if you're squeamish. Please skip this next part. Okay. The deer is bucking and thrashing in the clearing so much that it saws through its stomach. Blood, intestines, bursting into the grass, and it's the saddest, most disgusting, disturbing, vomit-inducing thing I've ever seen. The deer doesn't die, though. Its thrashing stops, and it remained standing with half of its innards on the ground, and blood still pouring waterfalls from its gaping wounds. Nolan and I watch the deer then once again attempt a labored walk parallel of us, dragging its intestines. The deer limps forward towards the lake. Its legs start pushing faster, all out of sync with themselves, and it starts thrashing again before doing those long deer leaps into the lake. We watch the water splash and the deer continue to move further off of the lake shore. Eventually, its antlers were out of sight and the water became still again. I was so grateful that Nolan told the kids to get in the van when he did. It was like the deer was possessed, like it knew what it was doing to itself. I was fearful that it could have had some new illness affecting the deer population or something. We made the kids stay in the car, but it was a bright sunny day, and the deer had done its death dance right in the middle of a sunny patch of grass. It looked like the grass had been watered with a sprinkler full of blood and deer pieces. Just dead center in between 2 bushes. Splatterville. We weren't about to fish in that lake either. Before we left, I called the parks department to describe what we'd just seen. And because of this, we haven't been camping since. I think Ryder's afraid of deer now. To be honest with you, I am too. The deer looked dead when it first bent its neck from around the tree. Part of me was trying not to shit myself that I was seeing some sort of real zombie deer, maybe rabies. Could that contaminate the lake depending on how long the deer's body was down there? I have no clue. Again, it also never resurfaced. I'm sure the wires got tangled up at the bottom. The next person to snorkel that part of the lake must have had quite a surprise, if so. Well, thanks. It almost feels a little less nasty knowing other people know. Does the Hat Man have a nemesis who's bigger than him? I read recently, either Reddit or Facebook, someone was talking about having to touch base with higher frequency beings to get them to deal with the Hat Man. I'm not sure how all of that works because I believe in God, and I believe that you should be able to get rid of him. Nonetheless, I've always felt a lingering, dark cloud. I saw the Hat Man when I was 6, and since then, my life has been an interesting one, full of bad luck, heartbreak, and a lot of paranormal encounters. Recently, I've had weird things happening. Phantom voices in my room, phantom banging on the door. I felt like he was close and watching me, but I didn't see him. It's definitely not a haunting. As my house, it's not haunted. Last night, I had a very vivid dream that I was in a very light, beautiful place with the Hat Man and a woman. I'm not sure if she was an angel or what she was, but she reminded me of the goddess of mercy. A woman draped in white and very stately. And it looked like a courtroom in the sense that even though everything was cloudy and light, she was seated higher, and to the left of her, the Hat Man was sitting crouched, as if in a dock awaiting sentence. She spoke and said I didn't need to worry about him anymore, that she would be dealing with him for what he's done to me. Today is one of the first days in many, many years that I've felt lighter. I don't feel like I'm weighted down by anything dark or ominous. I don't know if it was just a dream, but I got the feeling his recent efforts to mess with me were very much against the order of heaven, and he was being made accountable. I've never dreamt about him before. So, I don't know if my dream was because of what I read, but I feel lighter, and it's hard to explain, but I've lost the feeling that darkness is inevitable in my life. I didn't even realize till today how strong that feeling had been. A couple of months ago, I decided to take a walk near this wooded path next to where I was living. It was 11, maybe 12 o'clock at night, so really nobody should have been around. This particular pathway was rather short, so I decided to head back and take it again, this time walking at a very slow pace. Bear in mind for later that this entire path is rather narrow and there are fences on the sides. Anyway, as I venture down the path, half through, I hear a distinct yet short scream of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. So naturally, being the kind of person that I am, I decide to take 5 minutes to look around. I find nothing, so I shrug it off as my imagination. I continue on my path. 3 minutes later, I hear the exact same scream. Bear in mind, a child cannot replicate the exact same scream twice. No one can, right? Only this time, too, it was closer. In fact, so close I should have been able to see around me who or what was screaming. So naturally, being a believer in cryptids and the unknown, I start to get a little anxious. I start to jog out, and I never hear the scream again. But to this day, it scares me thinking that something or someone was trying to trick me into helping someone, or somebody trying to trap me or lure me. This will probably be the only place I'd ever be comfortable telling this story without the fear of judgment. You don't know me, and I don't know you. I'm telling this story in its fullest, as there's nothing to hide in this relationship between us. I retired early last year as an industrial electrician. If you've lived in the lower Hillsborough County within the past 30 years and ever used electricity, you can thank me for maintaining the switchboards, generators, panels, transformers, and basically anything else that doesn't run off of solar energy. The job meant I was responsible for handling any emergencies that would spontaneously pop up needing fixing. These emergencies I'd have to get up and tend to at all hours of the night, during dinners, birthdays, even my daughter's kindergarten graduation. A transformer had blown up 30 miles in Bexar County. My cell phone goes off and I'm embarrassed having to leave. But it is what it is. You gotta be on your toes and always thinking forward. I'm saying this because if I would have retold my story to my crew or higher-ups, I probably wouldn't be receiving a retirement check. We were out on a job on I-93, near the old Wyndham Rail Trail. A storm had knocked out some power lines, and we were down assessing the damage, figuring out what vehicles and tools we need to call in. My bladder was full from all the coffee I'd been consuming, and I decided to take a little hike away from the crew to enjoy nature's restroom a little more privately. I didn't walk too far, but after relieving myself, I heard one of the linemen shout my name from further in the woods. At first, I was genuinely confused and thought that they were messing with me, because when I left the group, they were all standing by the work truck. But then the voice starts screaming, "Help, help, I'm hurt." Nobody on the crew would ever joke like that, so I start running towards this voice, even though I'm sure everybody was present at the trucks when I'd walked away. A couple of paces forward, I realized my utility belt was back at the truck. It had everything from my radio to a flashlight, but the screams and the pleas I was hearing, they were loud enough for my immediate attention. So I kept on forward. Every so often I'd have to stop and recenter myself because it would sound like the calling was coming from a different direction. Minutes would go by before I'd stop again and figure out that I had no clue how far I'd gone or how to get back. I felt so stupid for getting myself lost and apparently running around in circles trying to locate this injured lineman. It was a humid night, and the sweat burned when it got in my eyes. When the cries for help started up again, it sounded like they were on my left. I didn't instantly take off in the direction this time. I was trying to catch my breath. A few seconds later, another scream echoes through the forest, but it's coming from a completely different direction. Then again, directly in front of me. This time, it sounded closer. Sticks and leaves began to crunch and break, each moving closer to me. I stand my ground. But then, 20 feet ahead, I can actually see the brush being pushed around. I look down, and I see two big red eyes, like a couple of hot coals blinking in the dark. The eyes were closer set, like human eyes. It was a clear night, and the bright moon made it easy to clearly see a woman on her hands and knees, hiding in the bushes. When she stands up, she's fully nude, and scars cover her skin. I take a step backwards, but for some reason still ask, "Are you okay?" It makes a strange noise that sounded like a nonsense word in a human's voice, like, "Yo, no." I took another step back, and it quickly crouched back behind the bushes. A sense of absolute dread consumed my body. I turned and ran as fast as I could in the opposite direction. Somehow, by the grace of God, after running for I don't know how long, I can see the work truck's headlights in the distance, and I follow them out. When I get back, everyone's upset that I'd taken so long. The truck engine was on because they thought I'd gotten lost. They were about to start searching for me. One of the men asks if I was taking a shit, and my brain is still on overload from what I'd just experienced, so that's my best excuse. I tell them, yeah, sorry. I couldn't find any good leaves for toilet paper. By the time we get back to our lot, my incident is long forgotten about. I think it's better that way. My wife really likes this channel and wanted me to send this story in. This has been happening since I was 7. Most of the time when it's dark, there's a tall silhouette of a man. I don't know why, but their mere presence makes me afraid. For about 2 years, I couldn't sleep unless there was a light on in my room. Otherwise, the shadow man was just there, watching me sleep. And when I turned 12, I started getting sleep paralysis from them. Their face was covered in holes. I know dreams aren't reality, but every dream with them is so vivid. My most recent nightmare, they were in the forest that I constantly dream of, and they started eating my chest. The dream was so vivid I felt it, and now it just sits at my bed. Most nights I had to pretend to be asleep, as I was genuinely afraid what would happen if they knew I was awake. On the occasion, I would take a small peep. It was always on the ceiling, right above my bed. Because of the way my room was built, that makes them about a meter away from me. Fearing for my life, just talking to someone about them makes me feel their presence. My family was forced to put my grandmother into a nursing home when her dementia became too much to manage independently. I was about 8 at the time. I didn't really understand what dementia does to people, but even at that age, I was aware of her decline in health and change in behavior. My grandma used to be my babysitter after school when my parents were at work. One of my most positive elementary school memories was when she'd be waiting for me to get off the bus, and we'd talk about my day while we walked home. Out of everyone living there, my mom, dad, and sister, I was the first to point out Grandma's odd shift. It was the first day that she wasn't standing at my bus stop. I walked home that day thinking something terrible had happened the whole way, only to find her sitting on the porch smoking a cigarette. When she saw me, she was confused, asking why I was home so early. When I told her it was already after 4 p.m., she started to get frustrated, saying the clocks must be slow, even though they all read the same time. After that, I started walking home by myself. It wasn't a long walk, probably 2 blocks at the most, but it was lonely. Eventually, Grandma started to spend the majority of her time in her room. I think the tipping point for my parents was when she had a breakdown when I was on spring break. That day, she and I were cleaning the kitchen together, listening to oldies. Her favorite was Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. When their music was on, she acted like her old self. Her energy felt regenerated. Her spirit was brighter. Then, a song called Blueberry Hill came on. After the first couple of seconds into the song, my grandma freezes in the kitchen. Her eyes fill up with tears. Still staring into space, she starts screaming, "You killed him. Oh my God, Philip, you killed him." Philip was my grandfather's name. The coffee cup she was holding drops to the kitchen floor, shatters on the ground, but Grandma doesn't even acknowledge it. She just continues to scream, "Philip, you killed him." Nothing I said could snap her out of it. This incident was so scary that I ended up calling my mom so she'd come home from work to help. Now I'm 26 and absolutely hate the song Blueberry Hill. It's like I have PTSD. Before my grandma passed, I got up the courage to ask, who did Philip kill? But she was too far gone with her dementia to even remember my name. My grandpa died before I was born, but from family stories, he wasn't a very good guy. Throughout my mom's childhood, he was always in and out of jail. But she'd never heard about him killing someone. Family secrets. We all got them. Something strange has been happening to me lately. I keep hearing my name being called, even though nobody is calling it. I've tried searching this on Google. However, most of the articles or blogs that I come across talk about people's names being called and nobody being there. However, my name's been called in my own house, and my own family has been there. This happened 4 times so far. One day I was watching Netflix. I heard my name being called. I didn't think much of it because I knew that I was watching a show, although I didn't have my headphones in or anything like that, but the volume was just playing out loud. It was still creepy because my parents said that they didn't call my name. Nobody else in the house either. I brushed it off, but 2 days later, I was in my room and I heard my mom call my name. When I went out of my room to sit on the stairs, I asked her, "Did you call me?" She said no, she didn't. Then I asked her if she called for my dad, because me and my dad both have a similar name. She said she didn't call to anyone. Then I was showering one day, alone upstairs, while only my dad was home downstairs. My sister and brother were playing outside with water balloons. I decided to take a shower first, let my siblings clean up the plastic from the water balloons outside. I heard my sister call my name when I was in the shower, and she said it in a very aggressive tone. I thought she was mad at me because I was using her shower instead of my own, which could make sense why she was so angry when she said my name. I even called out back to her. I was like, "Just give me a second, I'll be out soon." Then, when I came outside the washroom, nobody was there. My dad was outside, and my siblings were still outside. Then again today, I was in my room cleaning. My brother and I heard my sister call my name again. My sister was downstairs, but she did not call my name. I went out of my room and I asked her, "Did you call my name?" She said no. And again, this voice was very angry. It wasn't the same tone that I heard the day I was in her shower. Again, I asked if she had called anybody else's name and maybe I had missed, but she said that she was just sitting there, quietly. This is really weird, and it's happened to me once or twice before this week. It's happened 4 times. And I know people say you shouldn't call back to the name. But most of the time that this happens, I'm not home alone. People are actually around me. I don't know what's scarier because if I'm home alone, at least I know for sure that I'm hearing things I'm not supposed to. But my brother was in the room with me when my sister called my name, except my brother heard absolutely nothing. It was only me who heard it and jumped at it and almost ran down the stairs because I actually thought she needed something. Back in late 2006, I was pregnant with my twins. We lived just about 30 minutes away from the beach, and one weekend, we decided to take our daughter to the beach. She loved it, and it was a favorite family activity. Anyway, the 3 of us were out swimming in the water, just having a great time. We were stupid. We were just a little bit too far from the shore with a toddler. We shouldn't have been. We also were very caught up just having a great time together. I suddenly realized that we were the only ones in the water. I looked towards the shore, and everyone was yelling to get out of the water. Right then, a huge shadow swims between us and the shoreline. This was a very large, popular beach. There were no warning flags or anything, and so we kind of just forgot to respect nature. I've never made that mistake again. Hi there, long-time listener, first-time submitter, but I'm kind of scared of my little sister, Rosie. I'm 17 and she's 6. I'm not really sure where to start. My mom's worked mostly nights since Dad died a few years ago, so I spend a lot of time babysitting. Rosie was pretty normal until this past year, when things started to change. The first strange thing to happen was when she started sleepwalking. I'm not even sure if it's related, but there have been a few incidents that really freaked me out. The worst was the first night it ever happened. I woke up to see her standing over me, and she wouldn't answer when I asked what she was doing. Thinking that she must have had an accident, I sat up and noticed that it was past 3. Seeing nothing obviously wrong, I asked why she came to me instead of Mom. That's when I really noticed her wide, unblinking gaze and slightly agape mouth. At first, I thought she was faking it, but then she didn't blink for almost 10 minutes straight. I woke Mom up after the first 3. Rosie's eyes were spilling over with tears, but her expression never changed. And that's a freaky thing to see a 6-year-old do in the middle of the night. It doesn't really stop there, though. If sleepwalking were the only problem, I wouldn't be here. We talked to a doctor, and it turns out sleepwalkers just do some weird stuff. We got used to handling it, and things were mostly fine for a couple of months. But then she started having night terrors a few times a week. In the beginning, they were just normal kid stuff, monsters and goblins, something beneath the bed grabbing her ankles. Mom and I spent a lot of time convincing her that they weren't real. We'd just started making progress when she had a dream about Grandpa dying. He was asleep in bed when a black shadow mass crept from under the door, up the wall, and across the ceiling before coming to a stop directly above him. The face of an old, angry man formed in the center of the mass as it slowly stretched itself down towards our grandfather and covered his entire body. Rosie said he suffocated beneath it, awake but unable to escape. She woke up screaming, and none of us were able to go back to sleep that night. She described it in such vivid detail, I feel like I saw it myself. We spent all morning trying to calm her down, but nothing worked. At 7:30, we tried to call Grandpa so she could hear that he was fine, but he didn't answer. We tried again 30 minutes later, but still got nothing. That wasn't normal. He always answered his phone. And on the rare occasion that he didn't, he never took longer than a few minutes to return the call. Mom eventually drove to his house and found him still in bed. The doctor said he suffered a stroke in his sleep. It was already such an awful situation, but having to tell Rosie was something else entirely. She reasoned that if the dream about Grandpa was real, they would all be real. Nothing will ever convince her that he died of a stroke, and now she thinks the black mass killed Dad and might come for us next. It sounds ridiculous during the day, but then, when I'm alone in my room at night, it suddenly starts feeling all too real. Mom says it's a 1,000,000 to 1 coincidence, but that's all it is, a coincidence. I want to believe her. I do. It's just so unnerving. Rosie starts seeing her therapist next week, so hopefully that helps. We really don't know what else to do. I try to put on a good face for her sake, but I'm just as terrified as she is. And I can tell that Mom is too, despite wearing her own brave face. Every time Rosie wakes up screaming, we hold our breath until we know what she saw. I just wish life would go back to normal. When I had just gotten married, my new husband and I were extremely broke and couldn't do anything for our honeymoon initially. A few months later, we decided to go visit family, get a hotel in a nearby city, and visit an amusement park as our honeymoon. We stayed for a few days, and the first day was uneventful. We just ate cheap fast food, walked around window shopping. The second night, when we got back from the amusement park, we were exhausted, just wanted to shower and watch TV in bed. This was many, many years ago, so I can't remember the exact order of events, but at some point our room phone rang. We answered, and the person on the other line asked for me by name. I had no clue who this person was, and their story for how we supposedly met wasn't even possible, because he said that we'd met downstairs in the hotel lobby around lunchtime that day, saying I'd given him our room number and asked him to call. We hadn't even been remotely close to the hotel around lunch. He knew what I looked like, what I'd worn that day. I was extremely sketched out by this whole thing. Asked the front desk to redo our keys. I still don't know what happened there. I wasn't sure before about changing the names, but I figured it's probably more respectful to do so, so yes, names have been changed in this story. This is on behalf of my father, and retells of his time spent with Mr. Jerry G before his sudden passing. In 2012, my dad Nate was a pastor at a church that Jerry and his wife had attended for years. Nate and Jerry had become good friends since he'd taken over as head of the ministry in our small Christian church. Just after the summer of 2012, Jerry pulled Nate aside after a morning service. He'd tell him that something evil had entered his property. Jerry owned a farm and cared for several huge adult sows and a boar named Teddy. The previous night, Jerry had walked down to lock up the barn. He said that he was there and the doors were already closed. He thought it was strange because there are two big, heavy wooden doors, and the wind that day wasn't nearly enough to be able to move them around, let alone shut both. With more caution now, Jerry approached the barn, opened one of the doors, just enough so he could see in. The pigs were hiding together up against the chicken wire, trying to get as far away as they could from something. Even the boar was cowering away. Most of the hogs on the farm are over 700 pounds, and to see them struck with such terror gave Jerry genuine goosebumps on his arms. When he fully opened the door, nothing was in the enclosure with the pigs. Jerry said all the lights in the barn were off, and he thought the lights had burnt out. But the next morning, when he'd go back out to the barn to feed the pigs, he noticed glass littered all around the enclosure. With the light of the morning sun casting in, Jerry could see all of the lights in the barn had been smashed. The metal saucers that would typically hold these halogen bulbs were bent, like someone had struck them vertically with a bat. These lights are also hanging 15 or so feet off the ground. Jerry would spend from dusk till dawn that day cleaning the pig enclosure and staring at the bent, misshapen light fixtures, wondering how this physically could have happened. Before leaving church, Jerry thanks my dad for his time and requests that he keeps their conversation between the two of them. Nate agrees, and they part ways. It's only a few days until they have an opportunity to catch up. Tuesday, the church held a brunch for the veterans and servicemen. My dad knew he'd see Jerry and be able to ask him how things were going. But what he didn't expect was tears to form in his eyes when he responded to the question. He tells my father that he thinks he's losing his mind. He says, quote, "I show up here looking for God, but God's not looking for me." My father, Nate, takes Jerry into a more private area of the church so he can elaborate further as to what's been happening the past few days. He tells Nate that the Sunday they'd spoken, when Jerry got home, he pulled onto the gravel of his driveway, and Teddy the boar was running down the gravel stretch toward the truck. Jerry laid on his horn and scared it to start running in another direction besides the open gate entrance to the farm. When the boar turns, Jerry jumps out of his truck and shuts the gate again. Then he hops back in his truck and speeds to the barn with the pig enclosure. As Jerry made his way toward the barn, it was clear to see that one of the doors were wide open. A few of the other hogs had also escaped and were running around in the grass, squealing like all hell. When Jerry pulls up and shines his headlights into the barn doors, what he saw was a woman hanging inside the pig enclosure. The sight made his heart skip a beat, but when he pulled his keys from the truck's ignition, the headlights turned off, and the woman was no longer there. But he could see now, both gates in the pig enclosure had been opened. One pig remained inside. Jerry thought it was dead. Its eyes were opened but glazed over, and there was a trail of blood that slowly leaked from its snout. But when he checked for a heartbeat, he was astonished to hear it beating normally. No amount of pushing or pulling could get this hog out of its trance. Odd behavior like this in farm animals usually means death is around the corner for them anyways, so Jerry would leave feeling terrible, thinking he'd have to be making arrangements for his pig that afternoon. Jerry rounds up all of the other hogs who had escaped and by this point had already reached the furthest corners of his property. When all of them were accounted for, Jerry goes back to check on the pig he'd originally found by itself. It's moved, and by following a trail of blood, he spots a big hog standing with its head against one of the barn walls. This is when Jerry would grab Nate and with true sincerity in his voice tell him that the pig was speaking words. Not grunts or low oinks that could have been mistaken for words, but actual sentences. Then it collapsed again. Jerry didn't wait for it to get back up. When he got back to the truck, he'd grab a big sack of pig food, cut a hole in the middle, and thrown it into the enclosure before locking up. The next morning, when Jerry opens up the barn doors, the pig that gave him a scare is up, acting perfectly fine. He noted that there wasn't even a bloodstain on its nose or skin. Nate asks if he'd like assistance from the church to bless his property, but Jerry refused. The last thing they said to each other was that they would see each other on Sunday. Sadly, that meeting would never take place. Thursday of that week, Nate receives a call from one of the church members telling him that Jerry had passed away. Nate asks what happened, and she doesn't have many answers. A family member says that they were over to visit on Wednesday when he'd left to go feed the hogs, but he never returned. Hours would pass by before the family member would set out on a search for him. They'd find Jerry's dentures and pieces of his body in the pig enclosure. Most of his remains had been consumed. Over the next few days, my dad would read the newspapers that pathologists were unable to identify a cause or manner of death, stating that it's possible he could have had a heart attack or been knocked over by one of his animals before being killed and eaten. Personally, diving more into this story, I'd also find a quote from DA Paul Frazier saying, "For all we know, it was a horrific accident, but it's so doggone weird that we have to look at all possibilities." I've always been curious if Jerry ever told anybody else about what was happening on his property. Would it have changed things? Probably not, right? Regardless of circumstances, Jerry still passed in a horribly sad way, and my prayers go out to his family. I can't explain what I experienced outside of Penn Station in New York City. 2 years ago, my wife and 2 daughters took the PATH train from New Jersey to Manhattan. After exiting the station, we stood on the sidewalk as I tried to hail a cab. It was a bright, sunny day without a cloud in the sky. I stepped off the curb with my family standing behind me, and I had my right hand extended to get the cab's attention when I saw a tall, black shadow out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a man with a large brimmed hat and a long coat. It looked like he was standing extremely close behind my family. So close that it bothered me. Since we were in the city, there's no telling what his intentions were. That's when I turned to get a better look at him. But, and only for a split second, I saw a faceless black shadow and scared the hell out of me. It happened so fast I did a double take, but it was already gone. I made a surprised remark, and my family watched with concerned expressions as I looked around for anyone that I could have mistaken for what I saw. I looked at the reflections in the building windows, just to make sure it wasn't a shadow from across the street, but I didn't see anything before we drove away in the cab. I was freaked out and worried about my vision. I thought it might have been caused by a blind spot. I even considered a hallucination, worried that it wouldn't go away. Ultimately, I decided not to tell my wife, and I waited to see if it would happen again. Thankfully, it didn't. I eventually did tell my wife. She thought that it was interesting, but she didn't pay much attention to it. A few weeks after we got home, I Googled Hat Man, not even knowing it was a thing. I was shocked to see others reporting so many similar experiences. That was over 2 years ago, and thankfully, I still haven't seen anything else like that. My grandfather was in his early 60s and heart failure. He was in the hospital, and my family spent a lot of time with him the last 2 weeks before he passed. This one specific day, there were 6 of us female relatives in the room sitting around chatting with him. He suddenly interrupted our convo abruptly, looked around the room asking which one of us was pregnant. We all denied it. He insisted, "Someone in this room is pregnant. Who is it?" But none of us had any idea what he was talking about. He'd been saying things like people were visiting him at night, and there were a lot of people in his room at times. He was saying that he was seeing people who had passed on, so we just thought maybe he was hallucinating due to the pain meds. Fast forward a few weeks, I find out I'm pregnant. My ultrasound revealed that my baby had a weak heartbeat and to expect a miscarriage. Within the week, I miscarried, unfortunately. The crazy thing is, at the time my grandpa insisted someone was pregnant, I would have been about 2 weeks along. He somehow knew. It's always made me question what people see when they're near death. He ended up being intubated. They took everything out one day, and he had just enough strength to tell my mother that he was now afraid to die, based on what he'd been seeing. He couldn't talk well with everything, so my mom didn't ask many questions, but he died the next day. I always wonder what he saw. My whole life I've felt uneasy, like I'm constantly being watched by something. It happens the worst at night or when I'm trying to go to sleep. My sisters experience it too, and it genuinely scares us, but we try to laugh it off, joking that we've been cursed. It's significantly worsened since I moved into my boyfriend's house. One day, I woke up to what sounded like someone repeatedly tapping on the wall, right above my head. I sounded so distraught when I called him that he left work immediately. I've also had a few sleep paralysis experiences, which have never happened to me before this. The first time I thought I woke up to the sound of someone walking down our hallway, and then right before they would have been at our doorway, I woke up. But I was in the exact position I'd been in my dream. Then, today, I thought I woke up to my boyfriend standing in the doorway with our dogs, but I quickly realized I wasn't fully awake. I tried to go back to sleep. That's when I heard my boyfriend say, "Hi, babe." But when I opened my eyes, a man with glowing, yellow eyes was crouched down next to the bed, staring at me. I tried to say no a few times. Once again, I woke up in the same position as I had in my dream. I should also mention that my mental health was at an extreme low today, and I know that can make you more susceptible. What does this mean? Should I be concerned? I don't really know much about sleep paralysis. So, for some backstory, my parents aren't very superstitious people. They're religious, but they're the type of people to find a logical explanation, especially for the harder to explain occurrences. So this dream they both had, it must have been quite realistic for them to act this way. The star of this post is my little sister, Mika. I think she was about 5 or 6, but I don't know. All I know is that she was very young. The night my folks had this dream, we were supposed to go to my step-grandmother's house to help fix something on the house's roof. I hadn't directly asked them what happened in the dream, but when we woke up in the morning, they told Mika to stay away from anything high. And when she asked why, they told her that they both had a dream where she fell from a high place. They told me to watch her carefully that day. They both looked genuinely worried for her safety, so I did precisely that. The entire day, I ensured that she stayed away from the ladders and pretty much anything that she could fall from a high place. The day passed without any incident, and the dream was soon forgotten. The following week or two, again I can't exactly remember, that's when the fall happened. Now, I do want to reiterate that Mika was perfectly fine, which is mind-blowing. You'll see why in a second here. Before I continue, I need to describe the layout of where the accident happened. It took place in the basement, right beside the stairs. The stairs had this wooden pole that was supposed to be a railing, so there was a good amount of space underneath this so-called railing. The basement was unfinished then, which meant the floor was cement. Man, remembering this makes me wonder how the hell Mika walked away unscathed. To get to the basement, you walk down 4 steps to this small landing where the back door was located. Then they turned the opposite way and went down to the basement. Hopefully, that makes sense, like a split level. My parents and I were in the basement in the middle of an argument, which often happened in that house. Mika, being the curious kid that she was, tried to covertly position herself at the top of the stairs to see what the altercation was about. I have no idea what happened, but she somehow slipped from the top of the stairs and landed head first on the cement. We all surged towards her, worried as hell that she'd cracked her head open or worse. But after my parents inspected her for any wounds, Mika seemed perfectly fine, albeit a little rattled. My parents took her to the doctor to ensure that she was okay, and by some damn miracle, there wasn't any sign of a concussion or other severe injuries. Someone out there was watching out for her that day, and I'm so damn grateful that she's all right. Mika is now 18, living her best life. As for the shared dream, my parents never had a dream like that again. That was the only time that's ever happened. Thanks for reading. This is my first post, so hopefully the story was easy to follow. Also, I suck at ending stories, so stay awesome. This happened to me in the early 2010s, and admittedly did not happen on the Navajo reservation, but it did take place on another reservation nearby. One night, me and a friend were chilling at his house, playing games, and decided to go out for some late-night food. Being that it was past midnight, the only option was the 24-hour McDonald's. After getting our food, we decided to just cruise around the back roads for fun. The area that we were driving wasn't well known to us since we were driving on another tribe's land, but my friend had a general sense of where we were going. The road we were on led us out into the middle of nowhere. We finally stopped and pulled over on top of this big mesa where the road went down like in a snake pattern. As I said, it was nighttime, but you could still see a long way off in the distance from our little vantage point, including house lights in the distance where the road led. After getting out of the car, I walked closer to the edge of this overlook point, started howling and screaming to hear my echo. I did that for a few minutes before I walked to the very edge and looked down. I saw a light from a window just below me, close enough to where I could have thrown a stone and hit it. I distinctly remember the light looking like it was from a candle with the flickering, but definitely wasn't dim like a candle would be. I also recall that the windowsill portion was made of stone and looked like an adobe house. Since I was higher up and at an angle, I couldn't see inside the window. I couldn't make out what the house looked like in general. All I saw was a light coming from a window. At that point, I turned to my friend and said something like, "Dude, there's a house just right there." As I pointed to it, "We better get out of here before they call the cops on us for screaming." My friend looked over and saw the light from the window too. He laughed and agreed. We both got in his car and split. Nothing spooky or creepy even crossed my mind that night, just that I may have scared someone in their house with my screaming. A few weeks later, me and the same friend went cruising around again, but this time during the day. We visited the same area, pulled over to look at the view. I went back to the edge of the mesa, looked over, but to my surprise, there was nothing there. Not only was there no sign of the house, but a house couldn't have been built there in the first place. It was way too steep, rocky, just boulders, sand, and weeds. I relayed this info to my friend, and he looked over the edge too. That's when we were both like, what the fuck did we see that night then? My story ends years later when I meet and befriend a coworker who lived and grew up on the reservation where the Mesa Overlook was. We began trading scary stories. That guy has some crazy shit that he's experienced out there. And I told him about seeing the adobe house at night that wasn't there in the daytime. He laughed and said something like, "Dude, you saw the witch house?" I asked him to explain, and he said that the area that I was in was known for being a spot that people stay away from at night. Apparently, these witches hang out there now and then, and there's a small adobe house on that cliffside, but it's very small, like something your average person would have to crawl into. He doesn't know much more than that, but says he knew plenty of stories of people seeing it lit up at night. So that's my true story about seeing a possible witch house. Just like how skinwalkers are Navajo witches, there's other similar witches for other tribes. I don't know the name given to that one that I saw, but it's a cool little story to have in my pocket. A few nights ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a small black orb with tentacles floating towards me from above. Initially, I deemed it was a spider dropping from the ceiling, but as it got closer to me, and as I focused, it just dissipated. This thing was pitch black, about the size of a bouncy ball or a quarter. The tentacles were also pitch black. They were thin and hairy or inky. It was by all means there, and then it wasn't. It was strange enough for me to get out of bed in the middle of the night. Of course, I looked this up online and found a few stories, including some on here, all from people who have seen or experienced the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it was something I misinterpreted, but maybe it was paranormal. Spiders don't just evaporate. The bus was running later than usual last night. The bus stop's only a few blocks from my apartment. When I get off, I'm about to cross Park Road. I see another person standing on the other side of the crosswalk. The roads are clear. I've already started walking across towards the person. A few seconds later, the green pedestrian symbol turns on, but they still stand still. Big trench coat with a red fez on his head. As I got closer, I saw the trench coat open up, and what looked like two little arms reach out and pull the sides closed again. I stopped right there in the middle of the crosswalk and just stared at this guy for a second, hoping to make sense out of what I'd just seen. His head was small for his size. His face looked bloated, like he'd been stung by bees. His eyes were barely visible, but I could tell that he was staring back at me. I reasoned with myself. We're all different sizes and shapes. I'd just never seen such disproportions on a human before. I felt rude for starting to walk diagonal towards the sidewalk. Then it happened again. The wind catches the trench coat and it opens. Inside the coat were two more sets of eyes, reflecting, blinking, looking at me. Two of the arms quickly grab both sides of the coat and close them again, like curtains. I spin 180 degrees and sprint back across Church Street, then take a left down Hillside Avenue and back up Reese Road. I ran a big square around the block so that I could get back in the right direction. When I get to the end of the street, I can see down to the intersection I was previously on. The corners are now empty. I got shivers thinking whatever I'd just seen followed me when I turned around. I ran the whole way back, ignoring crossing signals. No cars were out. When I'd gotten home, I told my boyfriend about what I'd seen, and his mouth dropped. He told me his dad described the same trench coat guy a couple of months ago. Both of his parents saw it driving home after a movie late one night. Red fez, bloated face, long trench coat. They didn't see what I saw inside, though. His mom said it had tiny feet. 3 up-close sightings of this thing. I know there has to be more, but where else would you bring this kind of information? So please, if you live near Montford and this story sounds familiar, let me know. Me and my boyfriend have taken a couple of trips up and down Park Road to see if we can catch a glimpse of it, but we haven't yet. We've got our cell phones ready. He's even got a little spotlight rigged up on the side of his car. When we catch him, you'll be the first to know. I've always been curious about something I can't explain. It was 5th grade, and it was the last night at camp. We were roasting marshmallows, going through a series of questions with our counselor. The questions we came up with would be presented the following day at our farewell breakfast. Honestly, I don't remember any of the questions other than, what was your favorite food at camp? I remember my answer was French toast because they literally had the best I've ever had. I thought about it ever since. Anyway, the experience. After we'd all finished shouting answers at our counselor, everyone started to settle down and continued to eat their s'mores in peace. I had to pee and my camp BFF had to pee. So in honor of our buddy system, we walked the couple of yards away to the bathrooms. Just as we approached, we saw something peeking out from behind the bathroom cabin. For a moment, it was still, even as we walked closer and asked each other if we saw it. To me, it was glowing somehow. Was it the light from the bathroom? I couldn't tell. It looked to be about my height, but dressed in something shiny and dark, like a costume of some sort. As we got closer, I could see that it had a small body, but a rather large head. The head didn't really have features, not that I could tell. It quickly ducked behind the building, and my friend and I both sort of yell in shock or excitement. We didn't really discuss it, we just started running towards the back of the bathrooms. When we made it, there was nothing there. It wasn't like we ran for long, we'd literally only taken a couple of seconds to get there. We circled the building, nothing. We looked towards the woods behind the bathrooms, but it was too dark to see much of anything at all. We both swore that we could see something glowing in the woods. As we stood there, it got further and further away, until we saw just darkness again. We both thought that it was so strange that we saw nothing back there so quickly after definitely seeing something back there. I don't know if it's paranormal, but it's definitely unexplained. I was 18 at the time, and my best friend and I had just gotten back to my place after a rave. It was about 3 a.m. We came into the house very quiet, as I was still living with my dad at the time. We were just hanging out in my room when we hear someone screaming. So I peek out the window to see what the hell's going on, as the screaming was extremely guttural. I see a woman wearing a big white t-shirt with her hair over her face, screaming and walking down the block with no shoes. I usher my friend to look. We just look at each other, wide-eyed, observing. She then grabs the sign for the public pool nearby and starts aggressively shaking it and continues to scream. We considered if she needed help, but for real, this woman straight up looked like the Grudge and sounded like a witch from Left 4 Dead. We were scared as hell. She eventually leaves the sign crooked and walks off. This freaked both of us out at the time, since we were pretty young. So we We did nothing, and I didn't want to wake up my dad and get in trouble. Now, at 28, I wonder if she needed help, or if she was from the psychiatric hospital nearby. "16 years ago, I was at a big Halloween party at a rather fancy house. I didn't personally know the owners, but rather I was the date to someone who worked for these people. We'd only been there for about an hour when suddenly the entire mood shifted. One moment, the whole home was filled with laughter and music, and the next, just like a movie, it was filled with screams. One followed by another, soon a roar of screams, in unison.
Somebody call 911.
A man yelled from the top floor into the foyer. People scrambling to find a phone, a group of people running up the stairs as an even larger group makes their way down the stairs, clashing with one another as half of them move in sheer panic, the other with determination. I ask my date, what the hell's going on? But he's as confused as I am. I then hear a woman frantically trying to explain what happened, while another tries to relay the information over the phone. "She fell," was all that I could manage to hear. I tell my date, maybe we should get out of here on account of everything being a bit insane right now. He tells me to grab my coat, and he's going to meet me at the front to get our car. I waited for what feels like forever. Finally, my date meets me outside. He looks pale, and he's not rushing to me or anything. There's no urgency about him. But he grabs my shoulder and he says,
I just saw a dead body.
And then he keeps walking, moving me along with him, but not saying anything else. We drove home in silence, just watching as several ambulances and police pass us along the way. It's not until later the next day that I get the details. It was a woman. She fell out of a window on the 3rd floor, broke her neck on the concrete decking surrounding the outdoor pool area below the windows. It doesn't go down as my best date in history or the best Halloween, but definitely the most haunting in both categories. My grandma and grandpa on my mom's side were born and raised in Montenegro. My great-grandpa's house is where they and the whole family lived. Things were done differently in my culture, so if something in this story seems odd, it's just how things were done. Witches were and are very common back home in Montenegro. Most people couldn't afford doctors, and like my family, when you live surrounded by mountains and no one owns cars, you would go to the village witch doctor. This woman, who was a known witch, married my grandpa's brother. Before she could get pregnant, my grandpa's brother was murdered. So even though she didn't bear any children, my great-grandfather still kept her in the house as his daughter-in-law. The only thing I've heard about her is that she was an evil woman. Her and my grandparents lived in the same house. My grandma got pregnant for the first time and had a dream that a woman in a wedding dress came to her and said,
Congratulations, you're pregnant and it's a boy. But do not get excited, because he's going to die.
My grandma had the baby, and before he was a couple of months old, he died. My grandma got pregnant again, and the same woman visited her in her dreams and said,
Congratulations, you're pregnant and it's a boy. But just like before, don't get excited, because this child will be taken from you too.
Sure enough, it happened again. Before the baby was a year old, he died. The 3rd time my grandma got pregnant, she believed the land or something had been cursed, so she had the baby far away from home. After a year or so, she woke in the middle of the night to the baby dying. She can't explain to us exactly what the baby was doing because our language doesn't have a lot of descriptive words. But she called the witch to come help. The witch cracked an egg on the baby's chest, and my grandma said that she saw the yolk slowly move up to the baby's neck and stay there. The witch turned to my grandma and said,
"The baby won't die with you in the room. You have to leave."
And suddenly, my grandma was not in the room. My grandma said the moment both of her feet were outside of the house, she heard her baby die. My grandma had 11 children, and only 5 of them are alive today. The worst she went through was when they had a son in Italy while they were refugees coming to America. And when he was 8 years old, he got hit by a car when his ball rolled into the street. My grandma and my family are convinced that the witch cursed her. This next story, it's about the Florida house. This was my dad's house in Clearwater, Florida. My grandparents moved out there in the early 90s, and the whole family experienced things there. And I wonder if anyone who's lived in the house after them, or even now, experiences it as well. My grandpa bought this foreclosed house. They lived in a condo or something in the meantime while they finished the house. My uncle told me that when he went there to smoke and chill with friends, the house had pentagrams spray painted on the walls, empty beer cans everywhere. So he assumed teens used to use the house to party and do weird shit while it was empty. He took a girl there one day, and he said he heard pipes banging upstairs. And when he went to the spot that he heard the pipes, they started banging downstairs. He thought it was weird. They finally moved in, and my aunt, the youngest sibling, came home from her first day of school crying. She said the kids were telling her how a girl hung herself in their attic. That's where both of my aunts slept. The attic wasn't like a crawl space either. It was a finished room. My other aunt, oldest sibling, said that the initials of the girl who supposedly killed herself were carved into the windowsill. My dad said he'd always see a girl in white in the house, but he never thought anything of it. My dad's side of the family are hardcore realists. He said he remembers sleeping, feeling the pressure of someone getting into bed with him, but no one was there. He'd sometimes even feel someone breathing on his neck. Craziest story is when the oldest aunt got engaged, and her fiancé was at the house playing cards with the family. They both told me that they, clear as day, saw a woman walking or floating in the kitchen in the attic. She had white on, and something white on her head. They were confused because my youngest aunt had gone to bed about an hour before. So my aunt ran upstairs to check if it was her sister, thinking maybe she had just showered. But my aunt was passed out, dry hair, and not wearing white. My grandpa, who is a foreign Albanian man, which is important because Albanian men have a toxic way of thinking that talking about this kind of stuff is embarrassing and that no man should mention it. So the fact that he admitted that it was true means it was definitely true. Well, he said that he would also see a girl walking around the house, and that one time he got so upset that she wasn't answering him, thinking it was his daughter, that he walked around the entire house looking for her. And one day, one of the family members, years after moving out, mentioned how they used to see a girl walking around, and everyone had one of those, "Oh my God, I saw it too," moments. I'll be honest, I've never used this site before, but I need a place to share what's been happening to me. Some backstory. I talk to myself a lot, whether it's to brainstorm or just when I'm bored, and I like to do this outside, so I don't bother my family with it. The place where I live has bluffs all around and wooded areas galore. I live outside of town, and right next to me in my friend's house is this little bit of woods with a dilapidated house. Out of nowhere, about 6 months ago, this camper showed up. Me and my friend think that someone's living there, using the house for electricity or something. Regardless, about 3 weeks ago, I was outside talking to myself around 11 p.m., and I started hearing footsteps, and I felt as though I was being watched. I paused mid-sentence of my rant. Now, I wasn't concerned about animals because when I go outside, I bring a katana that I bought off Amazon. But as soon as I stopped talking, so did the footsteps. So, for some reason, I shouted out, "If any animal or person is up there, I'd suggest leaving since I have a sword and I know how to use it." Obviously, that doesn't sound that threatening, but I didn't hear anything else, so I shrugged it off. And I continued talking, but I heard footsteps leaving after I continued, and these were human for sure. It was only 2 feet walking, and it had weight behind them. Needless to say, I went inside after that. Now, I wish that was it, but it got way, way creepier. Just a few days ago, my dad and my sister had left around 6 p.m. to go to my brother's, so I was home alone. I was walking around and talking to myself about Overwatch 2 for some reason. And when I passed my sister's room, I noticed the door a bit cracked open, which isn't out of the usual, because she does that a lot when she leaves, but when I was in the kitchen, I heard her door slide shut. And I know it was hers because it makes a different sound than mine, my dad's. I figured it was no big deal. My sister just stayed home. And then I heard someone clear their throat. And it did kind of sound like my sister's, so I shrugged it off and went outside to grab the mail. When I came back, it would have been like 10 minutes because I noticed a storm in the distance and I was watching it. I figured I'd go in and let my sister know about the storm. So I said, "Hey, Erica, you awake?" And I slid her door a crack. But when I did, she wasn't in her room. This had me on edge because that meant someone else shut her door and cleared their throat. I immediately got on a Discord call with 3 of my friends, and I told them what was going on. I proceeded to clear the house, katana in hand, all the closets, rooms, and under the beds. Nothing. Now, I should have called the police, but I didn't want to bother with it, so I sat down and hopped on a game with my friends. I was talking to the girl that I like, and I told her that I was actually concerned, and she said that I'm just paranoid and to relax. I figured maybe she's right, but it's been a few days, and I know what I saw and heard. What do you guys think? Am I overreacting, or do you guys think that maybe I'm right about this? This happened a while back, but it stuck with me like it happened yesterday. My buddies and I had been out drinking, and since I was too drunk to drive, I ended up crashing at my friend's house. It was between 3 and 4 a.m. Everyone had gone to bed while I was nodding off on my friend's couch. But then, I heard a light tap on the door. I got up to try to see outside, and I heard it again. I looked into the peephole and I saw 2 small kids dressed in ragged clothes. Convinced I was just seeing things, I looked at my friend's security monitor. I could still see them. I was about to open the door when one of the kids looked up at the camera, almost like they could see me, and my blood ran cold. The kid's eyes were gone. Where the whites of his eyes should have been, there was only blackness. He mumbled something like, "Can I come in?" Believing they hadn't seen me, I went back to the couch and listened to that faint tapping while I continued watching the monitor. I guess I eventually dozed off. When my friend woke me, I explained what happened, but he was convinced it was a hallucination. He lived in a rural area. His closest neighbor was over a mile away, so there was no reason for kids to be out that late. I thought the same thing, but I knew what I saw, and I told him to check the cameras. He also went to do so. The camera facing the back door just so happened to cut off, but the other camera showed a clear view of me looking at the monitor in astonishment. I know what I saw that night, and after doing a little research, I'm glad I didn't open the door. I'm not one to believe in things like black-eyed children, but I know what I saw. For starters, when this took place, I was smaller, not very strong, but I was a good runner. I always went to my friend's house at 6:45, returned between 8 and 9, but during the fall and winter months, it was much darker. This story takes place during the fall, so the roads were clear enough to ride my electric scooter home. It's faster than a 5 to 10 minute walk with headphones. It was roughly 8:45 when I started rolling my way home, and many of the walkways were pitch black. The only thing that kept me from falling was my familiarity of where the ditches were. At the halfway point, there's a path that runs behind a row of houses and alongside a school. At the end, there are lights in front of the school. Everything becomes easy to see again. But just before that is the darkest part. There's a massive ditch to the left, and with the exception of a few trees and bushes concealing its edge, it's completely hollow. There's also a smaller ditch to the right. In other words, it's the perfect place to hide from anyone without a bright light. I had just made it onto the street when I started hearing an echo of footsteps. Sounded like a second pair of feet. I rationalized it to be me slapping my foot on the concrete too hard when I pushed it off, but the steps didn't match. I slowed down and waited, barely moving as I listened. Stupid decision. And I didn't hear a sound. Relief washed over me, and I continued forward, but so did the footsteps. I didn't dare look back. I sped up, and a few seconds later, they did too. You might be wondering how they kept up with an electric scooter, but it wasn't very fast. All it really did was cut back on the amount of work I had to put in, but it was easy to catch up with if I wasn't putting my full effort into speed. I was going reasonably fast, refusing to look back or give any indication I was suspicious. Once closer to home, I began thinking, this is ridiculous. You're just overreacting about an echo. You're acting like a 9-year-old. Feeling a bit better, that's when I turned onto my street, and the most ear-splitting whistle sound came from behind me and to my right. I turned to look for only a second, but I didn't want to die, so I booked it. Without making a sound, I took off, almost destroying my shoes in the process of making it home. And I heard nothing except my own feet hitting the ground. Luckily, the garage was wide open. I rushed inside, closed it, and looked out to see if anyone was there. I never saw the person. I was scared to death for the rest of the week. Whenever I went to my friend's house, I never took that route again. Some people say it was my imagination, but even if it were, where the hell did the whistle come from? This happened like 15 years ago. It was school holidays, and my friend, who we'll call Sarah, and I were extremely bored and just wanted to chill. This was summertime. We lived in a small town called New Braunfels in Texas. Everything's kinda spread out. Anyway, it was around midnight and we didn't know where to go, so we just decided to go to the park. It's a little big. We were there for around an hour or so,
nothing unusual, until we both saw someone or something crouched on a table. First off, a little weird someone else being in the same park at this time, but what's creepy as fuck is that this person was crouching on top of the fucking table. He wasn't even sitting on the bench. What really fucked me up, because I didn't look away, I kept looking closer. I noticed that there were wings. The body was completely human, but had fucking wings. The part that I'll never forget. All of a sudden, the most blood-curdling scream, like a woman being stabbed to death. But while sounding like a woman, it also sounded unhuman at the same time, like a scream that a normal person doesn't do, but a scream animals can't even make. Almost like those screams in a movie that a demon or something makes. Then it just stands up, and this fucker has to be about 8 feet tall, minimum. We both ran as fast as we could. Have you ever run to your lungs' max capacity? I ran until I had no air left in my lungs, and then I kept running until I had to slow down because I was coughing so much. We knocked on people's doors and kept getting threatened that they have guns and they'll shoot if we don't leave. We were literally locked outside with this thing. I kept looking into the sky because this thing reminded me of that movie, Jeepers Creepers. After about 20 minutes, the police show up and of course think that we're on drugs. But they wanted to let us go. I walked the rest of the way. I just lived a few blocks away. The police drove my friend home. There were 2 cops, a white cop and a Hispanic. When the Hispanic cop heard the story, he pretended like it was just made up. But the look on his face, it told me that he knows something about this thing, something his partner didn't know. I have PTSD now. I hate going outside alone at night, especially near parks or the woods. Weird people don't really scare cops. Animals don't really scare them. But you know, it felt like something much worse, having a cop lie. Not being able to keep a straight face because of fear. Like I said, it's a story that happened and I remember clear as day, but a story that nobody believes.
Several years ago, I lived in a pretty nice 2-bedroom apartment that was above the veterinary clinic I managed. There were 3 apartments above the clinic, and mine was in the middle. It had a 3rd bedroom, but that was technically my office, and it connected to the clinic via a crazy little spiral staircase. I could also go out my heavy steel front door, turn right, and go down a set of stairs around the back of the building to the back door of the clinic. The clinic itself was set back from the main road in a small neighborhood, but the main road was the main road from the interstate to the university campus, so it was heavily traveled. We were also within walking distance of the proudly converted rails-to-trails system in our state. The location gave a sense of quiet and security that really wasn't there, long story short. So, I lived alone, but I knew the neighbors well and wasn't concerned about security because my boss was a type A personality and everything was alarmed. Motion censored, motion lights, steel doors, the works. I also had, and still have, my 60-pound Australian Shepherd who lives to serve. He takes it upon himself to patrol the house at night, going from my bedroom to the front door, to the front windows, and back. I can tell him, watch the house, or watch the car, and I can leave him alone, and he'll literally stand guard the whole time. And he doesn't bark at just anything. There are different levels of, hey, that's a cat, and it's not my cat, go away, or don't you even think about peeing in my yard, strange dog. And then there's what he did this night, which gave me goosebumps. And it got him many, many treats. I was up late. Like so many writers, I'm a night owl, or permanently exhausted pigeon, as the meme says. I have ADHD, so my circadian rhythm is way off normal. My pup and I were chilling on the couch about 2 a.m., YouTube filling the void in the background. I was on my laptop, mindlessly scrolling, probably Reddit. Suddenly, my pup hops off the couch and pads to the big front window. The window spans from about 4 feet wide across the living room. It wasn't down to the floor. My dog needed to hop up on his chair to comfortably look outside. On this summer night, the breeze was wonderful, so I had the windows open. I looked up from my mindless scrolling to see my dog on high alert in his chair, muzzle pointed at the road and ears up. Then I heard a woman. "Help me," came from the direction of the rear of the clinic. Like I said, there's a set of stairs there that goes to the back door. Very secluded area that backs up to another apartment building. The voice is weak, and I'm worried that someone fell back there and needs help. My brain is suddenly going through all of the scenarios. I grab my phone and some shoes, and I plan on going through the clinic instead of outside, so I can look out the back peephole in case this isn't legit. As I'm getting my shoes on, my dog lets out this hair-raising, low, rumbling growl. Very quiet, very terrifying. I didn't know he was capable of such a noise. So I stop what I'm doing and I look up. Through the window, I see a frizzy-haired older woman just standing in front of my porch. Again, she says, "Help me." A little bit stronger this time. My dog growled again, louder this time. I was about to calm him down and address the woman. She suddenly whipped around and yelled, "You shut up!" at him, and then back to the weak, "Help me!" cry. She must have realized that a dog at an open window meant someone was home, so she lingered in the front of my apartment, staring at the front window. I immediately dialed the local cops, and I went to my back bedroom to talk to them so she couldn't hear me. Not that I thought that she could get inside, but I didn't want her to try. They were there in moments and found the lady at the front door of the clinic, trying to get in. They told me later that she wasn't hurt physically, but possibly mentally ill. We have a fairly large population of homeless and transient through the area due to lack of care facilities. After they removed her, I went and double-checked everything outside, dog in tow, of course. Nothing amiss, thankfully, and he got many treats when we got back inside. I'm not sure I slept that night, but I sure didn't leave the window open overnight. Not anymore. This happened a long time ago, back when I was dating my boyfriend Tim. I had decided to visit him. We lived in separate areas at the time, and we had a good time. And after staying with him for a few, he brought up the idea of going to Land's End. Tim mentioned how it used to be a swimming pool next to the ocean that his mom used to go there when she was little. It had burnt down, but had a nice view and an even greater view of the sunset. We'd planned on going the next day, but Tim woke up late, so we went the day after. After a maybe 20 or so bus ride later, we arrived. At the top, where we were, there was a path leading downwards. It stopped on flat ground with a path leading to the right. Another path continued downward. The path on the right went on for a bit before it stopped at the mouth of a tunnel. Inside the tunnel was a path that led to the other side. While inside the tunnel, you could hear something dripping in the ocean waves. The path on the other side was long enough to fit maybe 4 or 5 people before it ended suddenly with a gap. which disconnected it from the continuing path on the other side. The gap was large enough that if you tried jumping to the other side, you'd probably fall or have a small chance of making it. On the other side, there was a wall on the right with rubble around it. Beneath us was a long trip down into the ocean. The downward path continued before stopping at flat ground. On the left, there were broken walls, some curving, some straight, with most of them being flat enough to walk on. Others were higher and took square shape. These places were filled with shallow water. Tim and I first decided to stop at the higher area and look around. We went through the tunnel, enjoyed the ocean view, etc., before moving down to the lower area to explore. We both walked around the area and explored some more, walking on some of the paths to kill more time. As night approached, we headed back to the higher area, as Tim mentioned the view would be better, and he was right. Joined by a group of people, we all watched the sun set in the sky. Tim and I decided to stay later to watch the moon, something I enjoy. As we stood watching the moon, more and more left, before we were the only people left. As it got later, we witnessed a sight. The moon was moving. Not in the slow crawl it usually does, but more like it was taking a light jog across the sky. We both thought it was odd and strange. We decided to see if we could see it from the platform on the other side of the cave, so we headed in. We were using our phones to help lighten the area as we walked. I had noticed that the sounds we'd heard from earlier, they were gone, instead replaced with silence. Around halfway there, we came to a stop, hearing a growling noise. We looked around with our phones, but we couldn't find the source of the noise. It wasn't like a stomach growling, more along the lines of some sort of animal. We both ran out of there and hightailed it back up to the walkway toward the entrance. When we got to the entrance, Tim mentioned the moon. Turning towards it, I looked at it in shock. Instead of it being in the same spot along its jogging path, it was instead back where it was before it started jogging. It was as if the moon had been reset. I knew that 2022 was going to be a weird year, simply by how it started. Last year, I was finishing college. My roommate, who we'll call Sarah, worked as a full-time manager at some group home. Her hours were kind of all over the place. It wasn't unusual for her to sometimes be gone before I even woke up. One morning, I got up around 8 o'clock. I couldn't fall back asleep. I got up to go make coffee. My roommate's door was closed, so I just turned on the TV in my room and I started watching something, I think The Circle. I was propped up in my bed and the door was a quarter of the way open, facing the hallway. Around 9 a.m., I could hear my apartment door open. A few seconds later, my roommate walked by. She was wearing one of her winter coats. It was a large purple one, and it made that swooshing sound. She had on blue jeans, and she was carrying her large gym bag, the one that she always had. She looked at me, and she said, "Hey." I said hey back. She went into her room and then closed the door. This wasn't unusual behavior, as neither of us were really morning people. There wasn't a lot to talk about. We already knew we had plans for later that night. The only thing I found strange was that she was home so early. But I didn't think too much of it. As I said, her hours could sometimes be all over the place. After our brief interaction, I just continued watching my show. Finally, I left my room around 10:30. At that time, my roommate opened her door. Her hair was a mess. She was in her pajamas, and it was like her eyes had just woken up. I asked her if she'd just fallen asleep after she got home, and she looks at me and goes, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Did you work this morning? You came home early." She looked at me like I was crazy and said again, "What are you talking about? I just woke up." I told her what had happened, that she'd come home an hour or so ago, that we spoke briefly. She insists that she didn't go out the night before and that she'd fallen asleep around midnight. She said that she had to work at 3 that day, which she did end up doing that day. Sarah isn't the type to joke around about this kind of stuff, and she looked genuinely confused. Also, I was up the entire time, since 8 or 8:30, so there's no way she could have slipped past me. We were on the 3rd floor. There's no way for her to slip out besides the apartment door. I still think that she thinks I was confused, but I know what I saw and heard. The lock on the apartment door, it's heavy. It always sounds really loud when someone unlocks it, and nobody else had a key besides my landlord, and it definitely wasn't him. I've seen posts about seeing coworkers or people in public in a time span that would be impossible. I just don't know what I actually saw. I wasn't stoned, drunk, or anything. The only thing in my body at that time was caffeine. If you've read my previous stories, you know that I used to do trauma scene cleanup. If you don't know what that is, I basically managed a crew that went into buildings where someone was killed, committed suicide, or died by accident. Really, any situation where someone suffered a messy end. Over the course of my career, we had a few gang-related murders. The majority were Mexican gangs, but there were a few Asian gangs too. Most deaths were the result of home invasions, but some were specifically meant to harm the families of those involved. They were sending a message. Surprisingly, not all of them were that messy, but the walls were usually riddled with bullet holes. We would remove the drywall to sanitize everything, so the family only saw clean-cut drywall, not 60 bullet holes. Blood was most often localized to where the deceased fell. In those cases, we would just cut out the carpet, or if it had a hard surface, we just cleaned and disinfected the area. If there were soft materials like bed or sofa, we'd dispose of those as well. As promised, the following is the worst gang hit scene I ever saw. It wasn't the number of people killed, it's what happened after the fact. In the early 90s, we responded to a call for homicide cleanup. It was a nice 2-story home in a Los Angeles suburb. We got called to bad areas just as often as nice ones. Terrible things can happen no matter where you live, but they may happen more often if you involve yourself with the wrong activities. We don't know the full extent of who the murder victim was, but we knew it was related to the Mexican cartel. The scene wasn't reported because someone heard gunshots. No, a neighbor saw water flowing from the house and down the driveway. They must have called the fire department after not being able to find the resident. Apparently, the guy was taking a shower upstairs when the gunmen entered the house and found him. The intruder sprayed the shower with bullets. He must have had a silencer for none of the neighbors to hear it. As the deceased fell, his body covered the drain, causing the shower to fill up with bloody water. It then overflowed to the downstairs rooms and out the garage door, before ultimately making its way down the driveway. For this to happen, he must have been shot at least 2 days prior. Not only was everything wet inside, it had soaked in bloody water. Since there was so much water, most of it was diluted, but there were areas where the blood clearly stained material, mostly upstairs near the bathroom. The smell, as everything started to dry, was nasty. Sometimes when I'm at a meat counter and they're spraying down the butcher area, it reminds me of being in that house. Looking inside the shower, I saw the bullet holes were at mid-height level and more ran down onto the floor. The hitman must have kept shooting him after he fell. Probably wanted to make sure he was dead. While we were working inside, the police took some stuff, but most of the personal items were still there. We saw that he had a family. There were pictures of them and kids' clothing, so he didn't live alone, but he was the only one killed. We were never told what happened to the rest of the family, but I assume the killer waited for him to be alone.